กูกูกู
ส
Wow! Hello, everybody! Hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Hello, welcome. Yahoo! Hello, it's me, Kinari Hoku, at your service as always. Well, we're back at the Great Ace Attorney, and I'm very, very pleased. I'm so happy to be back again. Okay, we were at the recess because, what's his name? Van Siegs was calling for another witness. I wonder who this witness would be. I'm sure somebody is responsible for this. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming. Thank you. Good morning, I hope you slept well. Or I hope you had a good evening. I hope you had a good morning. I hope you had a good night, wherever you are. Okay, we're gonna continue this without delay. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. I'm eating and I'm playing at the same time. What is it? Okay. I feel like it's not purely his hypothesis. Ryunosuke's hinge is probably right. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? October 11 a.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, as is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Seas, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. So hard to pronounce! Unequivocally. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for a court to hear. My name is Balthazar Liu. I'm the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. My name is... Oh! He is German. My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Erlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got to go up in one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she's seen the disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Let's go. The view from the 60 feet up. It was an accident terrible. I'm very grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. and from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective amount, I must say. Could I just clarify some... There's a detail in a witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power is applied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, a second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. I can never pronounce this word. Let me confirm that with a dictionary. I think it's adjacent. Okay, adjacent. The birdcage appeared at the side of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Well, he's injured, right? Is that a bandage on his head? Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Is this the real life? Hello, welcome! Yeah, it's adjacent. I knew it was adjacent, but I didn't know where the stress would be. Like, adjacent, or adjacent, you know? Like... Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I removed my mask. This is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see a delightful face, sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not dead. Hold it! There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They're very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one. 10 10 pounds? That's more than my new annual stipend. 20 pounds a month. That's in my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons though? Because if I have too many in disguise, they could crash into each other. The operators of the balloons were decided by lot, with each operator manning a particular area. C. And the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed at the incident. Right! I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep! Isn't it amazing what the detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cuff climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the ear. I looked around and there was a huge green fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before.
Excuse me!
Master Gots, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use the full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. Just the four names then. The point is, do you have some to say? Some to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's large remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address him at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah. There was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloons, that is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it, 1 minute there was nothing there, the next massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying into the sky. A green balloon? Hey, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I'll complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is as truth. I'm Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia, it was us as guys that exploded. It was his green balloons that was next to ours as design. have to press G.
Hold it!
Because she didn't have a chance to finish. There was a huge red fireball right in the sky. There was nothing there before. And what appears out of the flames? The cage as well. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. It's mind-blowing, but that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me bored. I think you mean bored. Ugh, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all Bohemia. Madai! You have to help me come and shoot all you stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them! Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loom? No, I did not see the explosion by itself, however. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusione around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons has crashed. I suppose there are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep the people away? Eh? Use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So, cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal up the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. What Inspector Big said. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage out well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place? The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay, this is quite challenging. Let's see. We have this. I'm sure it's a green balloon. Maybe it's this, but it's not the. The glass, a cage. He did not die of explosion. That's what I knew.
Objection!
Yep, I knew it. The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule the objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. What should I do? Let me think. Let's see. No one went after it crashed. He wasn't. Huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Let's see, there were 2 explosions. These are all we have. It shouldn't be hard. It is damaged.
Objection!
Yeah, your balloon is damaged. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. Z, part of a balloon, a burned piece of a fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is a large round part of a balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master God testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that we're all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Oh no, I'm suspended whole pounds for the experience. How awful. Seems to be like those things crash 50% of time.
Objection!
Instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after an explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, imminently possible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You're suggesting that I'm a liar. That person's died in the balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up. The victim was the sole facility that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about the other balloon until now, my lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Liu. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony. What the heck? Good morning! Good morning! You will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie! Grazie, my lord. Alright. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that birds up a bit of cloth was found at the scene. The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. That stupid old ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? See, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. Do you not like the sound of it? It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we'll fight back. We'll be war. All out war. Oh my god, that thing is not doing it again. Welcome! Thank you, VPs! For 21 months in a row. Thank you so much for the subscription. 21 months in a row. Wow. That is really good. The throwing system is not working again for some reason. I don't know why. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Liu certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon he had in the Skyland is
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor? I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Rickson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made. Surely Mr. Shade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosioning. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day and completely shook. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then was the one that exploded. But you can't get away from the fact that a burned up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Did you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new carrier. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. God, listen to you. You stumble across a big balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one, I could arrest ya with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of someone squashing on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cubs were watching the experiment were caught in a blast and injured. Good job, though. The old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all the fish and chips, eh? Demands so pleasure. None of this matters, as grab a balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This stupid Orogasso is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene and is unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You can therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you believe. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me!
Is by the will of God's righteousness is Sigismund Olmstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something's very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. It's fair all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell the parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why don't you say sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinetic experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was to ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Wow. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. It's black and white. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... That is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Wow! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon has been entered into the court record. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon again, another word, denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number without wearing it. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. A photograph taken by Gods whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded a moment after he quit his job. There was no one in there. Red and blue. Red and blue zigzag. A burned a bit of cloth was found in the sea. Yeah, all three of my balloons were carrying passengers.
Objection!
There were no passengers on that balloon. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gods took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers? There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they're for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
His head. His balloon head. There's still illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing it. See, the competizione trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down, but because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers suddenly floating over the experimentation.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more can we learn from it? There's more.
Objection.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph of Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives. Definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does an alleged clue in the photograph prove? Cause of explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yes, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently, because a birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests a real person in a balloon exploded is... I hope I'm presenting the right... Okay. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you will notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught instantly incidentally on the film. I'm afraid you can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear that what the nature of this bright light really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, dude, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. Indeed, even to my Asian eyes, it would appear to be flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Consul, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Hello, welcome! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight would have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon it was. Very likely a result of flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside. No! Order, Council! This is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile would be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but some confusion.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nepalese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me! Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in an instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous! What you have described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage and was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Yeah. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah! This would be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Seas can credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. I knew it. It's the suspect himself. Yeah, I knew it. Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. But, Professor? But you can't stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it that it was me. You stabbed Mr. Odiasman! Yes, it was me, my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver! What are you doing?I'm so hungry. I ate, but I'm still hungry. What the heck? Defendant explained this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick. All an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you have to examine the machine. You wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the dignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me... Baroque? Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Okay. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a vigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position in this matter? What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked for was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him contempt? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Good night! Have a good night! Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Have a good night. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruto! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact a conjuring trick. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places fate in me. I can't just let him down. But what must I give up on? It's not the question you've asked yourself. You have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you... Hiya! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. It's just working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain! Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you've been stabbed, Mr. Aspen. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That the experiment, the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wow! So you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? But, Baroque! Lord Van Seeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall, taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man you see and know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right, Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Draper. Enoch Draper? Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid afraid this isn't the first tale of his nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh! Pinayton! Hello, welcome! I didn't know you were here. Have you been here the whole time? Thank you so much for coming, Nino. I love you for being here. Thank you so much. It's still so early in the morning. I hope you had a good sleep. Good morning! Good morning. Good morning. I hope you had a great day, Peanut Todd. Thank you so much. Thank you. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned in Nok Draper's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's a Nok Draper for you. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Draper's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly unlikely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Draper. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Draper were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Aww. It's his life, though. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone for me. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Wow. October 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruto? Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trusted me, I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Drebber was really up to? About what he was really constructing? Naturally, that machine was embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, but we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss a whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope we can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. We can't wait. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Wow! To be continued! Oh, Vikong! Thank you so much for coming! Well, I know you came, so... Thank you! I love you for being here. I did well, right? I only messed up once. Haha! Out of 2. But yeah, thank you, Vikong, for coming. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day. Thank you. Oh. 23rd October, 2:41 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest bit. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he's fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic? That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Let's go! Back in Britain. Okay. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Breath. Oh, you dressed as a man then, did you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, sorry. My friend texted me about work, so... Sorry, my friend texted me about work. I just woke up. Ah, I see. That's good. That's good. Okay. A lot of work. Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Reno? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you were just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Santana. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict sleuth we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. Please stop keeping secrets. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look, Susato-san's giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. Oh my god, but who is the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Chikoku. You met him, Mr. Naru. Last year, in Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Yep, the one with the very beautiful mustache. That... Is it mustache? It's more like... beard. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes, I tried to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Shikoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, as I understand it. Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Woo! Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you? Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how could that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally... Oh my god, Shin! It's in the Morse code. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to discern about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anyway. But what could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she has some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Hello everyone! There are 9 of you here, and now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her assistant remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared? What? What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama is in there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Oh my god, this is getting intense! Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto! It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah! You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Aww. But Sholmes knows something though. He definitely knows something. He knows something. You want to present something? You have something to present. About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. Is a dream come true? Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we have helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well. Your luck might not stretch up far. I don't think I have to, but I can't move anywhere. Iris is here, of course. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's own notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, he knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles! I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it up from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw someone in his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father... Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about it. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready. I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call would be to investigate Mr. Draper, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect his extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. We must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for a herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Okay, let's move. I really want to go there, but I can't. Let's go. What should I order for lunch? I'm so hungry. Let me order myself lunch first. 23rd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Let me order something to eat because I'm very, very hungry. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowd to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling... Oh, yeah, I have to order some food. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. I had a feeling you lot would show mugs before long. Yeah, just Gina. Whoa! That's a kitty! Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you are at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping very well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Gaprao as always, really. I just had it yesterday. I mean, I have a feeling, I have a very, very good feeling for pizza. I mean, I feel like I want to eat pizza, but I don't feel like it now. Let's see. Let's see. I'll eat something. What are you guys eating? Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh, why? Thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Nah, not really. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene somewhere. Right, well, that's a young trainee's domain. Oi, get over there! Get over here, Gina! Oh, it's a doggo! It's so cute. Okay, let me order some food. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. What should I eat? What should I eat? Yeah, I should have this. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo. Toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. France? What? He's moving to France. Let's see. What should I do? What should I do? Should I have this? There's a lot of things that I want to eat. Okay, fine. I think I'll order... what should I order? I'm so hesitant. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right on my alley. But France! It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? You know a little too much, Gracie. That's the way their adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose anywhere it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You are taking Gina to Paris? I let ChatGPT choose my meal sometimes. Who let the dogs out? Woof! 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 So cute. Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? He's a very fatherly figure. I wanna eat some stir-fried pork with garlic too. But others are good too. What should I do? Should I? Yeah, should I order just 2? Yeah, because there's only... Okay. Fine. Okay, I ordered. Haha. I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing this security. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. What? Did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you're the boss. Inspector of Streets in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Ah, that's so cute! Isn't it great? Toby's a name! It's Toby! Oh, how delightful! It's absolutely adorable! Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's weighing on my mind, to be honest. It's Toby. Investigating the scene. Gina? We weren't actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friends here. Yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can go up there, Zeus. Oh. It's like I told Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that rack. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special dispensation for his Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one! That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate. What are they called again? The forensic something. The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? Oh, I'm so hungry. That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Today's trial. It was was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me then. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and audits made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck of it, get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. He's a boss I feel sorry for, sent out to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, and in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess that would be. He's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says he's giving him gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. The engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes, what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know, that spowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses with that blood red punk. Ah, Lord Van Seeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about now. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip guzzling detective and a Chalice glugging demigod, you are equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone in the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog. Where did you find the little mud then, Gina? Oi, don't be so fleming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mud, alright. Toby's out, did it put it? Oh, so cute! Oh, yeah. A bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Grigson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they are already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh yeah? According to what the boss said, once Toby here got a good whiff of your drawers, you could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world, you mean? He can swim? Mr. Naruto, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes! I agree! Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the east end the other day, someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go, I knew she'd lifted him up from somewhere. Oh Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you, to children and to animals. Okay. So I think we have to move to the Lord Chief Justice's office. Ooh! 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you have thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrapping to respond. Lord Van Siegs is in Whitehall as we speak, given an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's the leading forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. The forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of that work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force in the world had ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. It means every word. Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable colonel. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord! Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent Empire Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart, with Professor Mikotoba, I mean? It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Huh? Dr. Mikotoba. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. She's only 16. Hello! Welcome! Welcome everyone. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply politeness and carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens. Then, Dr. Sith knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt that paths crossed regularly. But I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So, he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Seeks. Wait, what was it? What was it that he said? I wanted to ask you about Lord Mancini's actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as a professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You have done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the... What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Seeks was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from University of London to become a prosecutor. Then obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Van Seeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! so Lord Van Seeks isn't the Reaper. It's a ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Hairbrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Are you well versed in science? Not in the slightest, in fact. You could say I was barely aware of the subject at all. Until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Seed's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch it. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. So, that's it? We got the permission and that's it. That's it. Oh well, my food is here. Wait. Wait, my food is here. Let me... Okay, my food is here, so he called me, and I just told him to put it, like, to give it to my dorm owner, the owner of my dorm. See, she usually has a bucket outside of her office. So, 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. Ooh, I believe this is it, Dr. Sith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty of assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you have become, Miss Usato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Okay, so examine. I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention a skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. It's so quiet. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The sherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have naught to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Oh, that's me! That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched twice since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put some like that, like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. There are a lot to see. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you are surrounded by death. So many tools. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Yeah, exactly. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect there are human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples for some rare medical condition. Miss Usato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course! What else should I... Did I miss something? I don't think I missed anything. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, nobody's here, so I'm just gonna leave. I have to go to Madame Tuspel's. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever is on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's a Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. Yeah, I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yeah, exactly. I don't know why. This one's poster reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Well. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in a grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. We have a new theory. I think that's all, probably. Yeah, I have to go back. Yep, investigating the scene. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friends here. Yes, totally. Woof! The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet. Yeah. Ooh! Is that guy told Otto? Okay, what's it called again? Yeah, get permission. We got the permission. Actually, we have just recently been to see Luxia. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. We waited for 3 hours at the club's office and come back sniffling. Tragic. Well, Strongheart's given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Yeah? Honestly? Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another ship again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Okay. Okay, Susato haven't done this. The Crystal Tower. I can't believe seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Oh, yes! When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's emblem. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Airbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha! Ouch. I'm a bad person. look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they are perfectly safe after all. They have been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has been. I'm sure there were other ways to fly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Let's see. Thank you so much for the raid! Zoom! Can I call you Zoom? Thank you so very much for the raid! My name is Hoku. You may call me Hoku. I'm a Thai VTuber. I usually stream on YouTube, but I'm on Twitch twice a week because I really want to play a very, very long games that YouTube doesn't really like. It's not like they're not allowing me to. It's more like not a lot of people on YouTube like long games, so I'm here instead. And so we can speak English all the time, so I don't have to translate into Thai. Thank you so much. But yeah, thank you very much for coming. Let me shout you out. Nice. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Zoom. Thank you everyone. Please do not feel obligated to stay. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage just landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed an entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Oh no. Okay, let's go. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Ooh! There's one that is charred. Oh my, so this is a machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand reception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is a Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage as long as we like. She could have been at the center of this explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. He's so handsome. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Ah, it opens. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I'd never say something like that. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Temari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you were walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I've noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think we should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way. Okay, so I don't think there's anything... Ooh! Ooh, isn't that exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roof have rather caught my attention personally. Onion-shaped. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you then, sorry. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. Ugh, least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto! Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Van Seeks? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you have managed to disturb me. Ah! Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Mansees about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruto! You won't know unless you try. Your brother Clint. So, Clit was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Anzies. You Nepalese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor. Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, isn't it? I should be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ah, you were too kind. Are you going to tar or Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't it? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Enoch Draper. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Draper, already? Surely that goes without saying. We are very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering. I realize it's probably not possible, but, he'd pretty much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track it down in short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. The photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record. It's hard to make out. He appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Oh, he's here too. Ah, the filer requested for trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. He's not a ghost! What do you mean? Lord Van Zieks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! What? Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your poster, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Are you freaking kidding me? Hello, welcome! Oh my god, wait. Can it... Okay. He's not dead, but he lost his memory? Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? Your apprentice. Oh my god! Oh my good gracious! What the fuck? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Okay, please have fun at work. Thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, I'm not in the mood for pizza anymore. I ordered Caprao instead. Well, since when has he been in care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Oh my god, he's forgot every last detail of himself! He has amnesia? Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? He is to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He will be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Oh my god! Okay. I don't think I have anything to do with this. Okay. I don't know where to move. Prison? I haven't talked to him though. Yeah, I have to talk to him first. 23rd October. Local prison, cell 11. What's he's doing? Oh my! The whole wall of cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruto? And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. No, oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no! The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clod. Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Some to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh, no, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrained. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the Guinness's machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the Paragon, by Asmund, and by that aloof engineer, Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Okay. This morning's trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on his head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the Guinness's machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong logically. It makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Yeah, exactly. Ignorance is the poor excuse. The blame still lies within me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Baruch did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing this case. No, Baruch wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial. Van Sieg's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not my lawyer, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was any other than Baruch, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baruch insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why I know him very well indeed. He is an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does it fit with the kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Asmund. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit our humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathic. But in reality, it was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. or young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Draper. Draper the engineer. Is he an engineer or magician or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Draper to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about Kinesis' machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that a man's genuine scientist is instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Draper's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Draper's workshop. There's every chance we might find a man there. What the heck? There's so many things to talk about. So you've been to Draper's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Draper there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry! I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world would forget their secret formulae and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? All-day machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Draper, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he... Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once! It's right here, look! Let me see that! throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card has been entered into the court record. Okay. Okay, let's see. This dark smudge here, I think perhaps is machine oil. Ah, yes, probably. Professor Abraham mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses in it. He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil. That's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that is more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on it. Okay, machine oil in reverse. Okay. Thank you. I'm just wondering if I missed something with Fancies. Hello, welcome! Welcome, welcome! I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's a mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh, but that's a personal matter. Some you may want to keep close at all times, not some to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding. Ooh, inspirational roots! I got the inspirational roots! What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by legal means. Alright, I get the message, but I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Okay, so I don't have to show anything. Okay, fine. Fine, I'm gonna move. Item to spell. Nope, not yet. Yeah. Have we investigated all of these things? I hate it when I'm stuck like this. I don't know where to go. Yeah, I think I did everything. Yeah, we need to spend a little more time investigating here. There's nothing, and it's so quiet. So freaking quiet. Is that an oil? Wait a minute. I don't know if I should present something to Gina. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd you go? Okay, never mind. I didn't have to. Oh, okay, I have to... Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I should present Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this? No, I don't have to. Oh yes, this is what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No, it's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. I don't have to come here. I wonder if it's useful. Yeah, about this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning new letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? This is a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that it's very high-quality French machinery. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Ah, yeah, Toby. Woof! His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Oh, so cute! I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cope's workshop? That's right! That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead anyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right at this moment. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads him to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Ooh, okay, so... I wonder if somebody comes back. Nope. I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here, but we don't have anything to investigate. That's a thing. Yeah. But Toby is so cute. Did you examine all the stage? I doubt it. I don't know. I think I did, but I don't think so. Probably not. Yeah, I think I examined all these. Okay, so I'm gonna go up, up, up. It's our moment. I'm sorry, Lord Van Seeks. Oh, this one. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, this occasion which a victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Airbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, is relatively unharmed. One wonderfully durable construction, would you say, Mr. Naruto? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they might have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instruction not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The bird cage from the machine has been entered. Okay, a wooden cage that was used for Professor Airbrain's experiment. This cage with a victim inside crashed down to the crystal tower. Okay. You'd already met the masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Seek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. There are so many things for this. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive today. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do it without that. All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Your keyboard is acting strange. It's time to change. Oh shit. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little, I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which a balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. The wooden cage was used for a demonstration and crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to his face. Can we open it? We can't. We can't open it. Okay. Oh well. He's not here yet. Okay, fine. Nobody's here, so I'm gonna go to Mr. Sholmes' suite. 23rd October, Sholmes' suite. He's not here. Yeah, it says we need to spend a little more time investigating it. So I think it's this one that we have to investigate. What else haven't we done? I'm so curious. What else? Oh, here! Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accountant ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis. Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? What are you doing? Ah! Oh my gosh, yes, snakes. Sorry, we have some we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, isn't it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean? So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I will tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. I don't like the snakes, your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Mr. Asmon, who appeared moments later partway up the crystal tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. It was an elaborate trick. We can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person has switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene made that quite evident. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my! But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body didn't move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh, what? Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh, hello, to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Yunosuke Naru. Mama. Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. What the heck? I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you are as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Draper, I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes! Iris told me all about this latest unusual venture. Okay. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Okay. Whoa. This is a long investigating period. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery, of course. So Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't he? Hey! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Shome's down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's a temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again, is Runosuke Naruto. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Jones can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Dolores. Do not disturb, huh? Poor Chisato-san, she looks very perplexed. I mean, it's soft, right? You really do need to speak to Mr. Shomes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Holmes. Susato-san! Oh my god. My most humble apologies. I thought I'd die and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point, as long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Shomes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Rumble. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how'd you manage to solve it so quickly? Well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, it was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom. Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes. I have some serious business. Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbane and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer? Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. So, do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew some of the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, I think I should present him with this. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You have turned quite pale all of a sudden. Kazuma's death. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is it about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. You examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Azumi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Ha ha ha! Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I'll now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special, one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, am I, Dad? Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you will find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. I'm sure it'll be someone that we know, or maybe we don't. I mean, Professor. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. I have to move. $5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or ship-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. October, Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It's without a head. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in. Miss Osato! I said we turn on our heels and go straight home. We are a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking at it more closely. We have paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. But not the head. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? This must be the killer, the fiend known as a professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, of all of noble royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it a little more detail. So this is a condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine, but unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing. Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like. Oh. There's some cartons in the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of... Oh my god! It is! It looks like a piece of broken glass and quite a big piece too. It's very thick, is it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. They used the waxwork. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? The piece of broken glass and... Okay, small fragment of very unusual and thick glass was found in the folds of the clothing of Professor Waxwork. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? No, it's not. I don't think there's something for me. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. Are you saying he's wearing a monocle? What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shome's skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shome's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh, the camera from around the neck of the waxwork in Madame Tussauds special exhibit. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what pictures was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Kato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Wait a minute. What a large shovel. He is holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was a man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered troubles. We have allowed ourselves to be distracted. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's a real question. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike the Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Okay, let me see your face. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto? I'll put it back exactly as it was. Oh my god, you just took his head off. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different. It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does a convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head through the zoo. I don't know how to read that. As Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Wow, we still have things to converse. Resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or lunatic. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you have surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by him. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than young man in the white overcoat, Enoch Drebber. You saw it happen? Wait. The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on the very front page in the capital. The public was frantic for a very last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you have seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yeah, exactly. Yes, what was he up to? Following the execution, the professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous palliative. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. What's a bleeding Nora, Otto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Cyrus and she said this is where it'd be, so... Gina? Not so loud in a museum. Madame Tussauds will have you take the position as a waxworker, you know. I think that might be a more pressing concern. I still have some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Why are there so many things to do here? Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Goat's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drax, but come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over here. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty from small. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. Not offer to share the cost with Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go! Oh my god. October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Gina! Well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You really work miracles. It's Toby here who's miracle worker. I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, right? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Vestige and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got a picture right now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this plate upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork mark. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Okay, let's see. Let's talk to you first. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Oh. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside, no working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change drop on the floor, nothing, not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideas, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Okay. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that locked open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed it. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. This is a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh! Do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, and just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. The detail, okay. It's just updated. Okay. Anything else? Oh. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky, while suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? Oh my god, people. Okay. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. In science, a young scientist could wish for no higher. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy, okay, excellence. Drebber's workshop is very prestigious award for a young scientist. Okay. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Osato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. Would you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard! Oh my, someone is in there! This rotten bleeding lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There! You may enter it well. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Not for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all see. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! The bomb! What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago when we heard noises. Maybe that was the sound of Trevor running away. But there's only one door to this room. And no windows that could effort an escape room. Those skylights are too high. But there's a... What's that up there? Are there footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What have you here then? Okay. Oh my god, this is a lot and I'm so hungry. Looks like someone was trying to burn some in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a blueprint. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's farming machine, is it? Lively! If we'd had these, would have been no need to mug about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's some of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Oh my god, I really want to finish this, but I really have to go. I really have to go. This is a very long investigation part. Oh my god. This is really good. I love it. I'll come back to you later, okay? Okay, I promise I'll come back to you later, but I have to go. Thank you so much everyone for coming. Thank you. I love it so much. I love it. Oh my god. Okay. Who else is streaming? Yu-jung is streaming. Okay. I'll raid Yu-jung. Thank you so much everyone for coming. I will see you later this week. I'll see you later. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Kinaryoko! Over and out. Mwah!